she's...
In recent news, QT Cinderella has opened up about her political beliefs and revealed why she has consistently voted Democrat. The streamer was asked about her political views, and rather than being vague about where she stands, she explained that she's voted for in the following clip.
People acting like QT's Trump herself. I would like to make it very clear. I feel like I've been I have voted blue every year since I've got the right to vote, and I've done so much advocacy work for everything I believe in. You know, pro-abortions, pro-gay rights, pro-trans rights.
Her stance on immigration and whether her message of kindness applied consistently. Others took the opportunity to criticize her political views more broadly, with several posts attacking Liberal voters and the policies they support. The discussion then became increasingly hostile, with some users making derogatory comments about women and others arguing that progressive politics could have serious consequences for Western countries. Overall, the response quickly moved beyond QT Cinderella herself and turned into a much broader argument over immigration, crime, gender and left-wing politics, with the most extreme reactions drawing significant engagement. In a recent stream, the long-awaited debate between some of the biggest political creators. During a stream, Asmongold wants to bring back the old Scuffed podcast, where Asmon has agreed to do the long-awaited debate, but only if Hassan, Destiny, Nick Fuentes, Sargon of Akkad and Train agree to bring it back on Scuffed podcast. Here's Asmongold calling to bring the old podcast back for a debate.
Panel lineup from 2019 would pull 20 million views if it happened today. Me, Destiny, Hassan, Nick, Sargon of Akkad, and Trainwrecks. Can you imagine? Can you believe this was 7 years ago? Do it again? Maybe we should run it back. What do you guys think? Should we run it back and get everybody back together and do this again? Do an old Scuffed podcast with everybody back on the same show over again. If everybody else was on board, I wouldn't say no. It's got to be everybody though. It can't be 5 out of 6. It's got to be every single person. You should wear a suit. Isn't that a debate? I mean, I remember I was a moderator for this, to be honest. I wasn't even part of the debate. But I'm sure to be an interesting show. I'll tell you that. And what about Sneeko? Would you say no? I would not. Man, it's actually crazy, like, to go back and watch that now and to see how everything has changed. Like, look at this here. Funny how host of the debate is by far the most relevant out of all of them. A Train is irrelevant? No, he's not. Like, just a loser. Moika's one of these people is cowardly, disgusting cockroach, and also Asmongold is there? Okay. You absolutely are right. And this was such a good show. This was such an amazing stream. Oh my god. They don't know who Sargon and Trainwrecks is, so I agree, honestly. Well, I mean, again, like, they don't stream on Twitch in the same way that, like, me or, Hassan do, right? So it makes sense. But, yeah, I mean, if we ever ran this back and did it again, I do think this show would be insane.
One commenter joked that the chances of this lineup actually coming together are lower than winning the Powerball. Another said the proposal was essentially a 50-50 situation. But when it comes to getting Hassan or Sargon to agree, they believed there's basically no chance. A number of people focused specifically on Hassan and Destiny. One commenter argued that Hassan would never willingly get into the same call as Destiny, while another simply said Hassan was way too scared for the debate to happen. But not everyone thought Hassan would necessarily lose. One commenter argued that Destiny is much better at preparing for debates, saying he could research either side of an issue and effectively argue against most opponents, while acknowledging that being good at debating doesn't necessarily mean being correct. Another commenter took an even broader view, arguing that Hassan approaches debate differently because he sees himself more as a propagandist, whereas Destiny treats debate more like a competitive exercise. And then there was the nostalgia factor. Some viewers pointed out that Hassan and Destiny's history makes the idea of them sharing a stage again particularly interesting, especially considering how close they apparently were before their relationship deteriorated. So for now, the debate remains a massive what if. But if Asmongold's condition were actually accepted, it could bring together a group of creators who have spent years on very different sides of some of the internet's biggest political controversies. In other news, Annie Fuchsia has seemingly found herself gaining attention, with viewers focusing on what she had to say and the reaction from people in her community. Here, what she wanted to share in the community.
I don't know how to say it, so I'm just gonna say it, and I'm just gonna... I'm pregnant.
Oh, the pregnancy. What else is on her? New NVIDIA update. Yeah, roll another blunt.
NVIDIA finally remembered the password to the account that releases drivers. So 29 days after the last one, here is a brand new driver line, and it decides whether your frames go up or your rig goes down. People were installing it before the document that says what is broken in it even existed. That document is finally up. It lists exactly one known problem with the setting half the internet tells you to use. It also finally lets you switch on a hidden FPS feature in any game you want. So is 616.
And rebar? Oh, game on.
56 safe on your card? Can
Everyone
it give you
remember
more frames,
rebar.
and is it even worth the install? I risked my rig again so you can decide in the next few minutes. And about that document, NVIDIA calls this a brand new driver line, and the whole what's new section is one line for developers plus one sentence that says performance improvements, bug fixes, and driver enhancements. That is it. What did it fix in a whole month? 2 gaming bugs, a frame generation bug I get to in a minute, and a texture flicker in Outer Worlds that people have complained about for 2 driver branches. One more matters to gamers. Some old 32-bit no-name games could crash the driver, and now they should not. The rest is professional software and one Asus color tool, plus game-ready support for Star Wars Zero Company, Resonance, A Plague Tale Legacy, and Hell Let Loose Vietnam. And the line I want circled. In a game-ready driver, in a month with 2 ducking gaming fixes, one of the 5 general fixes is that the driver was treating an AI chat app as a 3D game. That got fixed. So-called NVIDIA priorities. Your texture flicker waited 2 driver lines. Nothing against the app, but look at what NVIDIA fixed first. And the twist is a timestamp. The driver went up for download recently. The release notes went up an hour later, and the link people were sharing still gave a not found page after that. For over an hour, everyone installing this driver had no way to read what was known broken in it, because the only document that says so did not exist yet. So what do the threads say about the driver itself? Not the new Ray reconstruction model. Almost nothing. No big game fixes. Just a handful of forum posts asking whether the driver is even officially out. One person found a new hidden setting in this driver that NVIDIA did not mention anywhere. One machine,
This
one
later's
card,
actually
day
heavier
one. So
with
nobody
this
knows
case
what it
on
does
it.
yet. And the open issues section of that late document is one entry. The power management mode called Prefer Maximum Performance may not be applied correctly. That is the setting every placebo settings list opens with, and my recommendation on it has not moved. It holds your clocks up all day for close to nothing in a real game. Now, NVIDIA's own paperwork says the setting may not even work. By the way, to check if your GPU has this, go click Graphics, then Global Settings, and read that dropdown. If a list had you force it, set it back to the default option. Watch your idle clocks fall, and notice your game frames stay exactly where they were. If you want the release paperwork read on release day, before you click Update on a driver line nobody has tested, subscribe, because this channel opens the real reports, so you never install a new driver blind. So, install it or not, oldest card first. 20 series skip, since the new lighting already works for you and the switch is not for your card. And 30 series install only if you want that switch. 40 series install. The switch is the one thing in this driver that gives you frames. 50 series install. You get the switch plus the frame generation fix in those 2 games. And everyone, keep the July driver handy because nobody has tested this one yet, and the paperwork gap was a choice. The driver file was uploaded on Saturday, 4 days before release. 4 days was enough to write the notes. The driver is fine. The paperwork is the ducking problem. If the new line misbehaves, the July driver is still downloadable. Now, the part about the latest NVIDIA app update that can get you up to 10% FPS. With this driver, NVIDIA added a resizable bar switch to the NVIDIA app. What is that? It is a speed switch on your card that gives you more frames, and NVIDIA keeps it off in most games. Until now, you could not change that. Now you can, per game. The clicks are the same for every card. Let the app update itself to beta, then click Graphics, pick the game you play most, and open driver settings. Find the row called Resizable Bar and switch it from Auto to Enabled. Auto means NVIDIA decides. Enabled means you did. One catch, your motherboard has to have the feature on too. The app shows that under My Rig, and a pre-built may have it locked off. 30 series and newer. No row at all? The app's About page has an early access box. Tick it, let it update, and the row appears. If that one game ever runs worse, the same row goes to disabled for that game only. For years, NVIDIA decided which games get this. Now you do. Next, the thing everyone is installing this driver for, and it does not need this driver at all. It is the new Ray reconstruction, the thing that that makes ray-traced lighting look clean instead of grainy, and it works on drivers from months ago. Stay in driver settings for the same game. Scroll to DLSS Override, Model Presets, and set it to custom. 3 drop-downs open under it: Frame Generation, Super Resolution, and Ray Reconstruction, each its own choice per game now. Open the Ray Reconstruction drop-down, pick Preset F, and click Apply. The row reads Preset F, and the other 2 drop-downs did not move. No custom option at all? That same early access box brings it. Same story as my last Windows video. The thing that costs you frames is on by default. The thing that helps is off by default. People who tried the new lighting say it finally looks clean, and they lost no frames doing it. And the advice already spreading with it, set the new Ray Reconstruction preset globally and forget it, is breaking rigs in the same threads doing the praising. If you use a custom DLSS scaling percent in the app, this new model can turn textures and characters black. One guy with frame generation cranked to the max sees details pop in and out right in front of him, and the app update deleted someone's saved filters. So set it per game, never in global settings, and keep the old preset in any game where you use custom scaling. Now, the one fix in this driver with a real action behind it, and it is narrow, so listen for whether it is yours. 50 series only. In Doom, The Dark Ages, and Indiana Jones, with frame generation on 3x or higher, the driver made more frames than your screen can show, so you got tearing and a heavier mouse. Installing this driver is the fix. Not installing today? Set frame generation in that game back to 2x until you do. 40 series, you cannot even set 3x, so this bug is not yours. While the app is still open, 3 switches this driver never touched, and NVIDIA still ships the wrong way. First one now. Click Graphics, then Global Settings, scroll to Shader Cache, and switch Automatic Shader Compilation on. Then set the System Utilization dropdown
Just download Dave. You can qualify for up to $500 in 5 minutes or less. Dave helps you when you're needing money, and there's no credit check, interest, or late fees. You settle up later. Download it now to get some money.
to medium. It reads on and medium. Every new driver, this one included, makes your card rebuild its shader files, and by default that happens while you play. That is why your first hour on a new driver has frame drops. Now it happens while you are away from the keyboard instead. Second of the 3, same global settings page, low latency mode, set to on and not ultra. By default the game prepares a few frames ahead, so the one you see is already old. On stops that. Ultra sounds better but can cost you frames, and if a game has its own reflex setting, that one wins anyway. It reads on, and that is the click that shortens the gap between your hand and the screen on every driver, old or new. Third, and this one can be a hard cap on every frame you won today. On that same page, find preferred refresh rate. If it reads application controlled, set it to highest available. It reads highest available. With the old value, a game can ask your screen for 60 Hz and get it on a screen you paid 144 or 244, and nothing warns you. Now every game gets the full speed of your screen. If one old game flickers on that, put that single game back to application controlled in its own profile. 3 down on any driver. Drop your generation below, and whether you went first on the new line or waited for the threads to fill, because the first real bug picture lands within days, and your comments are where I read it first.
What up? That's what I think, yeah. Reggie. Oh shit. Nintendo. I gotta build my mom's computer here. Dang it, do stop. Street Fighter. Years ahead on the blunt wall rifle. I'm actually using this as a try. See, I told you they were coming. The back one, it's got no holes in it. The other ones did earlier. Even though I didn't smoke anything on this stream. Or today on this stream. Earlier as in off the stream. But it's not that. It's just Dealey, bro. Dealey on this, man. Preventing the bug invasion.
Yes, chat. It says, I have a daughter, okay? I have a daughter, okay? At least, the same way y'all reacted right now is the same way I reacted. Because I was mind blown. Chat, I'm going to tell you a story time what happened to me today. It's a good story time because it was crazy. I recorded the entire thing. Boom! First things first, let me get this out of the way, chat. I'm not even going, you feel me, sugarcoat anything. I'll be honest, bro. 10 a.m. in the morning, bro. I'm sleeping. I'm having a good dream. I'm literally sleeping in my bed, 10 a.m. in the morning, right? I'm laying down. Then I get a phone call. I wake up, chat. I answer. It's security. Security is telling me, yo, come outside. There's a girl out here that says her daughter is yours. Security calls me and says, there is somebody out here in the gate that is claiming that her daughter is your daughter. So I said, bro, stop all that talking, bro. Stop calling me. I hang up. I said, bro, stop capping. I'm going back to sleep. I go back to sleep. And I get another phone call. I'm like, God damn. What happened? I say, bro, I understand. Okay, bro, put her on the phone, bro. I said, put her on the phone. What's he talking about? Put her on the phone. He puts her on the phone. I did say, I bet. I'm coming outside now. So I got mad, chat. I actually got mad. I went outside, bro. Tell me why there's a girl on the other side of my gate that said the kid that she came with is my kid. So then after my heart started beating. I'm starting to panic now. I'm like, when the did I have a kid for real? I'm like, there's no way. I asked the girl, I said, yo, how old is the kid? She said 2 years. I said, look me in my face and tell me that kid is 2 years old, man. I'm starting to tell her, like, yo, bro, what are you talking about? She over here like, yeah, the kid is yours, this, that, and the third. So chat, boom, I get smart. I whip out my phone and record the whole thing. Because at this point, I'm confused. She said, why you acting like you don't know what I'm talking about? Why you acting like you don't know what I'm talking about? You don't remember me? You don't remember me? But I am so confused in this moment of time. So I record. This is 10 a.m. in the morning, bro. I'm scared as... and I blurred their faces for, just out of respect. But I was so confused. Look, what happened? What happened? No, it's not. How the fuck you know? So how the... This is not my daughter, though. And you drove all the way here? I said, how do you meet me? He said, oh, you don't remember me in JT basement? Who the f*** is JT? I said, how did we meet? She said, oh, you remember me in JT basement? Boom. I don't know who this is, though.
Kai not trying to pay any child support.
Bro, like, bro, I'm panicking, chat. I'm like, bro, what the, like, what? This is not my daughter.
Like, you know what he's doing. That's how she said.
In 2 years.
Bro, if I had a kid, I will.
Been going back and forth about you.
Who?
You.
No, who's going back and forth about me?
The whole damn. Okay, I guess I just, like the whole damn state of Indiana is.
And I ain't gonna lie. In this moment of time, somebody being so confident in something, I started thinking to myself, bitch, did I hit them up? I'm like, God, no way. You did not do that, gang. That's like, you did not do that. You did not do that. There's no way. You ain't hit that. So I'm like, where the did it come from? What's her name?
Yasmin.
Her name is Yasmin? And this is why I don't share things in my personal life with you guys. Because y'all just take the situation and then y'all... Oh, I think she got laced, bro. She say, you. Funny, he called me Carlos and stuff. In a plant? What's that supposed to mean, nigga? You trying to smoke? It's all about y'all. Like, I kind of want it to be personal, more personal, So that's kind of crazy. Maybe we do some like late night sewing shit. I never show y'all what I can sew. That's actually crazy. I ain't gonna lie. That's actually insane. Okay, I'm gonna think about that. But if one thing I have to say while I was on my break, I don't know, bro. Bro, don't read the YouTube chat. I'm reading y'all right now. I'm literally reading y'all right now. What are you talking about, bro?
That was clickbait.
A large storm is about to slam the United States, which will lead to more severe weather and then a big heat wave. Today, severe storms will fire from the high plains into the Midwest and Ozarks, producing damaging wind.
Weather. Pokemon market is crashing.
Folks, welcome back. My name is Rudy. You're watching Florida Man Chronicles, the cardboard life of the nut job in the state of Florida. I ride an alligator to work every day. I do not wear pants, and yes, I paint all these by myself every morning before we film the video. And no matter what, you never sit in the fancy chairs. You only sit in the card shop plastic chair. It doesn't matter. You maintain the roots of the original card shop chair. So, today, I figured we're gonna do a hot take. Today, Rudy's hot take. I'm gonna get real quick to the video today, everybody. And that is, I think the top for Pokemon is already in, and it was about 30 to 60 days ago. Now let me define what that terminology means for a lot of the dramatic, emotional Timmies of the internet. That means the period of time that had the fastest rate of change, the fastest, what do you call that, the delta, the theta, the Greek, the Rudy, the Roman, the fastest rate of change in which prices were going to appreciate in the Ladies and gentlemen, humans from around the world. Distribution channels. It's going to the big box stores. We see that, nationwide.
Why does it say alien?
All of that gets gobbled up on the websites and these drops, and the sun comes out 90, whatever it is. I don't know if that opinion is the lowest I think we are ever going to see Hobbit collector boxes. If we're lucky.
Once you get a taste for something different,
RAM timings can make a surprisingly big difference, but most people don't fully understand what they actually do. So what do all these numbers mean? And are lower timings really worth paying for? CL40. If you buy the cheapest DDR5 kit available today, this is probably what you're getting. RAM timings can make a surprisingly big difference, but most people don't fully understand what they actually do. So what do all these numbers mean? And are lower timings really worth paying for? CL40. If you buy the cheapest DDR5 kit available today, this is probably what you're getting. CL40 is extremely common in office PCs and budget pre-builds because it's inexpensive, stable, and does exactly what manufacturers need it to do. Latency tells you how many clock cycles the RAM waits before it starts returning data. Lower numbers are better, but because faster memory also runs at a higher clock speed, you always have to look at both the frequency and the timings together. A lot of people think CL40 means 40 nanoseconds. It doesn't. Once you combine the frequency and the latency, you're looking at roughly 16.7 nanoseconds of real access time, noticeably slower than enthusiast kits, but not nearly as dramatic as the number alone suggests. For everyday use, you'd struggle to tell the difference. Windows feels responsive, browsers open instantly, and Office, Photoshop, or Visual Studio won't suddenly become sluggish because your RAM says CL40. Gaming is where it starts to matter. CPU-heavy titles spend more time waiting on memory, so frame delivery becomes a little less consistent, especially in large open worlds or competitive games where high refresh rates expose small delays. That doesn't make CL40 bad. It just makes it a poor choice if you're building a gaming PC from scratch. CL36. This is probably the most misunderstood timing on the market. A lot of people immediately dismiss CL36 because they've heard CL30 is the only correct choice. In reality, whether CL36 is worth buying depends almost entirely on the price. A typical DDR5 6000 CL36 kit ends up around 12 nanoseconds of real latency. That's slower than CL30, but it's still a huge improvement over entry-level DDR5. In most games, you're not looking at a night and day difference. Average frame rates often stay surprisingly close. The bigger gap usually shows up in 1% lows. That's the small dips you notice while exploring busy cities, loading new areas, or during heavy firefights. If you've ever felt a game was smooth most of the time, but occasionally hesitated for a split second, memory latency can be part of that story. This is why CL36 often makes sense when prices get weird. If the CL30 version costs another $20, I'd still buy the tighter kit. If the gap suddenly grows to $80 or $100, as we've seen more than once over the past year, CL36 becomes a much easier recommendation. It's not the fastest option, but it often ends up being the smartest one. CL30. If you've searched for DDR5 recommendations recently, you've probably noticed the same answer over and over again. 6000 CL30. That isn't because every other memory kit is suddenly bad. It's because this is where modern gaming platforms stop giving you meaningful performance for the extra money. A kit like this delivers about 10 nanoseconds of true latency, while also providing plenty of bandwidth. On AMD's AM5 platform, it also happens to match the memory controller extremely well, which is why processors like the Ryzen 7 9800X3D or Ryzen 9 9950X3D tend to perform best around this point. Intel tells a slightly different story. Core Ultra processors can usually handle much higher memory speeds, but even there, 6000 CL30 remains an excellent choice unless you're specifically chasing every last percent of performance. You'll find plenty of reputable kits that match this specification from manufacturers like Kingston, Skill, Corsair, and Team Group. The brand isn't really what you're paying for. What matters more are the memory chips underneath and how well the kit has been tuned. The nice part is that you don't have to think about any of that if the price is reasonable.
Should I be nervous about this?
It looks like your SRS airbag light is on. It's best to get that checked out by a mechanic as soon as possible to make sure your airbags will work properly if you need them.
CL32 and 34. This is where RAM specifications start looking a little backwards. The frequency goes up to 7200, 7600, or even 8000 megatransfers per second, but the CL number gets higher instead of lower. That isn't a mistake. As memory runs faster, manufacturers usually have to loosen the timings to keep everything stable. For Intel systems, that's often a perfectly reasonable trade-off. Core Ultra processors generally cope with very high memory speeds much better than current Ryzen chips, so applications that move huge amounts of data, video editing, software compilation, or some engineering workloads can actually benefit from the additional bandwidth. Gaming is less straightforward. Higher frequency doesn't automatically mean lower latency. In fact, many 7200 CL34 kits end up feeling very similar to a well-tuned 6000 CL30 kit once you calculate the actual access time. AMD users have another reason to be careful. Push memory frequency too far, and the memory controller switches to a different operating mode, increasing latency enough that some of the extra bandwidth simply disappears in games. That's one of the biggest myths around DDR5. Bigger numbers on the box don't always translate into higher frame rates. The subtiming trap. Same CL, different performance. Imagine finding two memory kits sitting next to each other on Amazon. Both are DDR5 6000. Both say CL30. Both have the same capacity. One costs $80 more than the other. So, where did the extra money go? The short answer is, into numbers you probably never looked at. Most people ignore them because they look like random BIOS settings, but together they determine how efficiently the memory moves between different operations. That's why two kits with exactly the same headline specification don't always perform the same. The difference isn't usually dramatic. You're not suddenly getting 20% more FPS. But in CPU-heavy games, a well-tuned kit built with high-quality Hynix chips can deliver noticeably stronger 1% lows than a cheaper CL30 kit using lower-binned memory chips. That's also why experienced builders often care more about the memory chips than the logo on the quality Hynix chips can deliver noticeably stronger 1%, getting 20% more FPS. But in CPU-heavy games, a well-tuned kit built with high-quality Hynix chips can deliver noticeably stronger 1% lows than a cheaper CL30 kit using lower-binned memory chips. That's also why experienced builders often care more about the memory chips than the logo on the heat spreader. You'll see people specifically looking for Hynix A-die or M-die kits, not because Samsung or Micron are bad, but because those Hynix chips generally tolerate tighter subtimings and manual tuning much better. If you're never planning to open the BIOS, don't overthink it. Buy a reputable kit with good reviews and move on. But if you've ever wondered why two identical-looking CL30 kits have completely different prices, now you know where at least some of that money goes. CL16, not because Samsung or Micron are bad, but because those Hynix chips generally tolerate tighter subtimings and manual tuning much better. If you're never planning to open the BIOS, don't overthink it. Buy a reputable kit with good reviews and move on. But if you've ever wondered, CL16 and 18. DDR4 may no longer be the newest standard, but that doesn't mean it's suddenly slow. In fact, a DDR4 3200 CL16 kit has almost exactly the same first-word latency as DDR5 6000 CL30. That's why people moving from a well-tuned AM4 system to an entry-level DDR5 build are sometimes surprised that Windows doesn't feel dramatically faster. The difference isn't the first piece of data, it's everything that comes after. DDR5 offers much more bandwidth, which becomes increasingly important in newer CPUs, modern game engines, and heavier workloads. As processors keep adding more cores, they're also asking the memory subsystem to move more data at once, and that's where DDR5 starts pulling ahead. If you're building on AM4 or Intel LGA 1700 today, good DDR4 still makes financial sense. A 3600 CL18 kit is usually the sweet spot, and spending significantly more on premium DDR4 rarely pays off. Just remember what you're buying. You're saving money today, but you're also buying into a platform that's reached the end of its upgrade path. If your next CPU upgrade is only a year or two away, jumping to DDR5 now may actually cost less in the long run. CL28 and below. This is the part of the hobby where common sense starts losing the argument. CL28, CL26, and even tighter timings do exist, but they're aimed at enthusiasts who enjoy tuning memory almost as much as using the computer itself. Getting there usually means increasing voltage, testing stability for hours, adjusting dozens of subtimings by hand, and accepting that one BIOS update can send you back to square one. The performance gain is real, but it's much smaller than many people expect. In a few CPU-limited esports titles, you might see a couple of extra frames per second. In most modern AAA games, you'd be hard-pressed to notice the difference without an FPS counter running in the corner. There's also no guarantee that two identical-looking kits will behave the same. Memory overclocking depends on the quality of the memory chips, the CPU's memory controller, the motherboard, and sometimes, a bit of luck. If tweaking BIOS settings sounds fun, CL28 can be a rewarding project. But if your goal is simply to build a fast, reliable PC, enable Expo or XMP once and enjoy your system. That's exactly what most people should do. What should you actually buy? After all of that, the answer is probably much simpler than you expected. If you're building a new DDR5 gaming PC today, a rewarding project. But if your goal is simply to build a fast, reliable PC, enable Expo or XMP once and enjoy your system. That's exactly what most people should do. What should you actually buy? After all of that, the answer is probably much simpler than you expected. If you're building a new DDR5 gaming PC today, 6000 CL30 is still the easiest recommendation for most people. It delivers an excellent balance of latency, bandwidth, stability, and price without asking you to spend enthusiast money for tiny gains. If CL36 happens to be significantly cheaper, don't be afraid of it. The difference is measurable, but it's rarely large enough to justify paying almost twice as much for the tighter kit. Entry-level CL40 memory is perfectly fine for office systems or budget pre-builds, but if you're choosing parts yourself, it's worth stretching the budget a little further. For For Intel users chasing maximum performance, higher frequency kits like 7200 or 8000 megatransfers per second can make sense, especially in productivity workloads. For gaming though, don't assume that a bigger number automatically means a faster PC. And one last thing that's easy to miss, don't judge a memory kit by the CL rating alone. Two kits with exactly the same frequency and the same latency can still perform differently because of subtimings, memory chips, and overall tuning. The headline specs tell you most of the story, but not all of it. At the end of the day, RAM isn't something you should obsess over. Once you've reached the right balance of speed and latency, your graphics card and processor will have a much bigger impact on how your PC actually feels. So don't buy RAM because it has the biggest number on the box. Buy the kit that makes sense for your platform, your budget, and the kind of PC you're actually building. Hopefully, choosing your next memory kit just became a whole lot easier. What RAM are you running, and what are its timings? Let me know in the comments. If you found this video
I'm gonna say it.
Why are these playing automatically?
Good morning.
Wait, Scott. Bug attack.
Hello, guys.
What's poppin', y'all? A little bit of tension between FaZe Banks and Plagueboy Max. Never hurt nobody, right? But this time, he took aim at Plagueboy Max's music career. What's poppin', y'all? Oh.
To be the bridge between streaming culture and hip-hop culture. And I felt like he could have played the game on easy mode and just curated songs and been like the producer of songs by just platforming songs and creating music live, like the In the Booth series was like is the best ever. I think for whatever reason, like all these streamers want to be cool and they want to dress a certain way, and like Max wants to be a rapper, and like that's like his idea, and that's where he thinks is like that's the direction that he's taking his career. Where that just doesn't make any sense to me. Like what I just described to be like the next super producer, the likes of Metro Boomin, is reserved for like a few people could do that. Like Max could do that. EDG could do that. There's a couple people who could actually do it.
This is specifically tailored to his music career, of course. And let's just do a little bit of a rewind, of course, because like the music, but have no idea who he is or the fact that he streams. Or maybe they find out later. I thought that this was a great idea. Granted, I think Kai Cenat could have been involved in something like that too. However, Kai Cenat, I don't think he's that deep into music in the same way that a Plagueboy Max was. He would just be the face, but Plagueboy Max is really deep into music.
I wish I could be like All Might.
No chance.
Yeah, All Might can actually keep his shoes on.
So first we gotta address the point where he talks about academics and where he also mentions DDG. No, I don't think DDG could do that. I don't think DDG has the ability to curate music for other people. I don't think DDG is, because you got to keep in mind, DDG's rapped, but DDG has not consumed a ton of music across a wide range of different sounds in the same way that a Plagueboy Max has. And DDG he just doesn't do that much other than rap. He doesn't produce, he doesn't really engineer, and
The Samsung Z Fold 8 Ultra is taller, longer, and $2,099, which is $200 more than the regular, shorter, wider Fold 8 that we tested earlier. This is the premiumest phone that Samsung makes, and this year it's 0.1 millimeters thinner than last year. Today we're going to find out if that 0.1 millimeters makes any difference for durability. So far, these foldy boys have defied the laws of physics, but eventually something has to break. Right off the bat, the $2,099 smartphone comes with quite the catalog of against freshwater and game when they released their folding 5-inch cover screen only. When the Z Fold 8 Ultra open to the middle screen, this is where all the magic happens, but it's also where most of the damage happens. And yes, your eyes don't deceive you, even the Fold 8 Ultra, the most ultraest of folding phones, scratches at a level 2 with deeper grooves at a level fingernail. Just something to be aware of. Screen taps with the pad of your finger will always be fine, but no hard objects whatsoever should ever touch the center screen, and never set it face down on anything. Has removable buttons. The top of the phone has more armor aluminum, some noise canceling.
Never set it face down.
The Fold 8 Ultra is IP48 water and dust resistant, and hopefully jerry-rig resistant, but that remains to be seen. The bottom has another loudspeaker opening. Thumbs up for that. The Fold 8
Scratching
and
noise.
to be the hottest year since humans ever Fold 8. And the glass camera lenses are all pretty simple to remove. They won't come off on their own, that's for sure, but it's good to know if they do break, a regular person can perform the repair. As you can see, the telephoto and main cameras both have optical image stabilization, while the upper wide-angle camera does not. Pretty normal. And since 2026 is turning out to be the hottest year since humans ever walked the Earth, my burn test is becoming depressingly more relevant. The inner screen lasted 9 seconds before going black and not recovering, and the exterior screen, thanks to its much thicker slab of glass, lasted 1 more second longer before getting permanently wrecked. It's probably around this point where you're like, hey Jerry, did you forget the dust test? And no, I did not. Folding phones all get the same treatment. Maybe if it slid off your towel at the beach, or maybe it falls from your pocket into the litter box. But rest assured, the hinge does grind quite a bit when dust gets inside. What happens if you accidentally put your Fold 8 Ultra on the sofa next to you, and your sumo wrestling opera singing uncle comes in for a chat? Nothing happens. Literally insane. I have no words. It should not be possible for this ultra big, ultra thin phone to survive. One more time, let's go. It's the second bend, however, that the inner display unceremoniously pieces out. It'll rejoin us for a flash of a split second here and there, but something is definitely wrong with the inner display now. Kind of like a flicker of light at the end of a long dark tunnel, or Gen Z's dopamine receptors. I'm just kidding, all of our brains are equally toasted. It turns out that it costs a whopping $639 to replace this inner screen. I should have checked on that beforehand. My mistake is rather expensive. A bigger mistake, though, is paying too much for your smartphone plan. While I take this folding screen off, let me save you some money with today's Patello. There's no at 3. We'll have to see if Samsung is reusing the hinge segments across models here in a second. The database of the insides of every mainstream spool. Now we can put them back to sleep and unplug the still functional exterior screen. The back glass panel comes off now as well, using the same super hot heat gun and ultra. Personally, I think this guy can now charge at 20 watts instead of 15. The USB simultaneously, but it looks like all window where the regular Fold 8 does not. With the single SIM card tray removed, I can pull out the 10 megapixel cover screen camera. This guy does not have any optical image stabilization. We can pull out the long, thin daughter board here on the right side of the phone. It rests next to the super tall silicon carbon isopropyl alcohol under the battery to help dissolve the smaller the watts per meter Kelvin of 700, while a copper vapor chamber starts at about 5,000. It's pretty wild that the processor in here doesn't get more assistance. Samsung's probably really hoping that nobody uses their Ultra phone for anything Ultra. There's some graphite on the back side of the aluminum to help move heat out through the screen, but every phone has one of these, and Samsung's processor is still very much alone. Finally, to get the final verdict on the hinge vertebrae modularity, I'm going to remove 22 more screws. For those keeping track at home, we are currently at 61. This allows the two watertight halves of the phone to separate, leaving the center spine behind with its 4 independent vertebrae, which help the folding mechanism fold. I'll remove 10 more Phillips head screws, bringing our total to 71. At a glance, it does look the same, but it's actually slightly wider, meaning that the hinge components are not interchangeable or compatible across different folding phones. I'm sure the basic science and structure and engineering are all the same, but as you can clearly see, the 3 Fold 8 hinges are slightly bigger than the 4 Fold 8 Ultra hinges. It's just a fun little fact that you can now bring up at parties, you know? What will make you really fun at parties, though, is my teardown skin, where you can see the insides of your smartphone on the outsides. This is last year's Fold 7 design, obviously, but by the time you're watching this, we will have updated the skin design to the realistic internals of the Fold 8, just like we do for every mainstream device.
Seems you've been using your Discover cashback card to earn 5% cashback at grocery stores all quarter. Now, it's
just selling stuff. A phone broke in half.
We have 0 problem-solving skills. There could be a backpack in the path that someone needs to walk, and instead of picking it up,
walking around it. They'll start whining that they don't know what to do, like their brain short circuits. They literally cannot think to just move it out of the way. So many of them will go through the entire hour-long reading period and not read a single word.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. There's something seriously wrong with Gen Alpha in the modern classroom. I'm not talking about fighting over a phone with a teacher or even pepper spraying someone. It's a deeper crisis within the current education system. It goes without saying that there's plenty of smart kids out there who are doing just fine. But sadly, there's a growing percentage of kids that can't read, can't do addition or subtraction, even when they'll be graduating in a few years.
I don't know if there's something wrong with my cerebral cortex, but I can't read, bro.
Teenagers can't read. Not confidently, not fluently, and in some cases, not at all.
The behemoth eviscerated its victim.
If this trend continues, it's worth asking what happens to the future of nations and the world as a whole. If we look deeper into the past, we see a pattern that leads us to the actual answers to difficult questions. What if it's not the kids? What if all of us, in our own way, are responsible? But of course, it's not all bad. At the end of this episode, we'll take a look at some places that are actually fixing the problem now, today.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
It's no secret that education has been declining for a while. But before we sink our teeth into the topic, let's...
Big chicken energy. Now this is mega. Chunks of white meat chicken, triple coated and seasoned to perfection. Why dine out? The good stuff's in the freezer. Banquet Mega. Eat mega, spend less.
When I wake up in Lost Place, I need the power of Old Spice. First place smells good.
Come on.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar, and there's a saying on the internet that keeps getting repeated every year. Is it the year of the Linux desktop? Now, I've made a video where I just, goat-see Microsoft on a fair bit. I mean, to be fair, that GTA hackers got my attention mostly for now, but I haven't really been covering a lot of Microswap because, to be real with you, they keep fucking up like every week, okay? Like, it's kind of getting difficult to keep track of what they fucked up and what they haven't. But, as somebody that, is a Linux user, I kind of look at things like Microsoft's Windows from like, you know how you look at a train wreck, you look at a car crash, it just keeps going on, and you're like the bystander from like the other side, you're just looking at it like, holy shit, somebody save those people. So, you throw some of the people over there, you throw them a rope, the rope has little penguins on it. Some people look at that and go, ooh, Linux, fuck that shit, I'd rather die. And then there's some people who are like, oh my god, the grass really is greener on the other side. They grab the rope, and I make videos where I teach you guys how to install Linux, how to configure Linux, how to get stuff running. Because, hey, if you climb over the rope, if you come over to the penguin side, I promise you, for most people, it's actually a pretty fun time. Now, the year of the Linux desktop is a pretty massive statement, okay? It's a huge thing. It's probably as old as some biblical sayings at this point, okay? Every year there's a little bit of hopium and copium stuffed into people's bloodstreams from individuals who think that Linux is gonna take over. So obviously, listen, we've all seen the actual charts. We've all seen the graphs, okay? To give you an idea, Linux is kind of up there. Windows' market share is dropping, not crazy, but based on July 2026, Linux has been going up to like 7.53%. Now that is kind of an insane metric, and I'm going to be completely real with you to sort of burst the bubble. I don't think it's an honest metric. I don't think that many people have switched over to Linux. I think a lot of it is mostly people who fire up AI agents underneath Linux and then use them to browse the internet that is presenting itself as a web browser running in a Linux container. So for most of the internet that uses these kind of statistics to gather, because the way that these sites work is that they kind of have their identifiers, they have their like sort of cookies on their trackers on various websites all over the internet, and they just sort of keep a running tab of
That guy is on Windows, that guy is on Mac, that guy is on a cell phone, that man is on Linux, that guy is a fucking freak using FreeBSD, okay? It's that simple. Your user agent is what gives you up. I could pretend to be a Macintosh on this Linux system, and some of these sites, they wouldn't be the wiser. So I don't like to use these metrics as accurate examples. I think it's good for clickbait and headlines, but it's terrible for presenting the reality to the actual audience. But you know, I've been using Linux for about 6 to probably 8 years now. One of my earliest videos was talking about gaming virtual machines. I walked you guys through a gaming virtual machine where I set it up underneath Debian, I passed through a graphics card. I basically wanted to play a PUBG malware, and I was like, how do I show this malware works and have the ability to play the fucking game? Oh, just run it in a virtual machine, which is what I did. And for a while when I switched to Linux, that virtual machine was so important to me. It really was. It was the only way for me to switch to Linux and have the ability to play a lot of the games that I was actively playing with some of my best friends. Today, those same virtual machines you're witnessing on my channel, ladies and gentlemen, well, not exactly the same, but kind of migrated over the years. Those are all effectively going to be deleted. So as you can see right over here, delete, and it's gone. Yeah, I've deleted the virtual machines. It's fucking over. Why? Because I think Linux is good enough. I think it's there. You know, for the last couple of months, a lot of countries like France, for instance, have sort of been changing their usage of Microsoft Windows, especially in the government, over to Linux. The French government wants to reduce dependence on foreign vendors across many layers of its technology environment. The migration plans are expected to cover desktop systems, collaboration tools, antivirus, AI systems, databases, virtualization, and network equipment. And beyond just that, even China, for instance, is also following with its own version of Linux distributions. I've even covered military Linux distributions from places like the Russian Federation, the Chinese, where they have their own distributions that their fucking military uses, like Astra Linux. In fact, even North Korea has a Red Star OS. Linux, because it's an open source operating, kernel, it's shared around and used pretty much by the entire world. What started as a sort of humble operating system is effectively the only reason that you're actually able to watch this video right now on the internet. The video you're watching is powered by a server running on a Linux system. So even the Chinese, who plan to make the move because they're afraid of data security concerns, yeah, a lot of places still use Windows XP. I wouldn't necessarily say it's Windows that's the problem. It's just some places that are using old-ass software. But for any country, for anybody that wants to sort of split themselves away from American control, they can start to look at avenues where they take a free open source project and turn it into something that eventually can power millions more computers around the world. Even when it comes to like hobbyist shit, for instance, too, it's kind of crazy to think that Linux has sort of been here for about 35 years as of like yesterday. So it's been kind of crazy that Linux has been around for so fucking long. Now the question is, but Muda, what version of Linux do I switch to? There's like hundreds of them. And if you look at this list really carefully, ladies and gentlemen, I do tend to show this from time to time, but in the last 6 months, out of the most popular Linux distributions, exist CachyOS, which is what I actually used to use towards the beginning of this year. There's Mint, which I've actually shown you how to install on my channel, MX Linux, which I've never touched, PopOS, which I despise, Debian, which I used to showcase that virtual machine footage, Zorin, Fedora, which I currently use, Ubuntu, EndeavourOS, and Bazzite, which I showed you was running on the actual Muda box system. Now, there's a lot of names in this list that I don't recognize, or actually are pretty new to my actual view, which is things like Pika OS. A lot of this stuff is being sort of pushed at this point by a lot of gamers, a lot of individuals who are choosing to install Linux as a counter movement to Microsoft Windows. Now, I've told you, listen, you gotta get rid of Windows, okay? Windows is a terrible operating system that is run by a company that literally just wants to AI slop the next fucking thing to existence. This is a company that is slowly but surely forcing you to constantly require internet services to use their operating system and then in turn use your own computer. And at the end of the day, the quality for Microsoft Windows, in my opinion, is dropping like a rock. The reality of it is, Linux is not perfect, and it's an operating system that definitely has growing pains and issues. For instance, using Fedora that I use on a day-to-day basis, there are issues with things like my graphics drivers. Sometimes games really don't work. Sometimes there's days where I'm like, shit, I really wish I could have had that piece of software running, but it just doesn't exist. But those days, that frustration that I've had for years, every so often, is happening less and less now that I realize that a vast majority of people, a lot of individuals on the internet are not only promoting Linux, but they're making it easier to switch to. Now, I've seen a lot of content creators talk about things like, you need to switch to Linux right now, and then you need to go to Linux, and there's a lot of content centered around one specific distro that I kind of saw, which was Omarchy. Now, I've talked about this in the past myself, and to give you an idea, this is a beautiful, modern, opinionated Linux by a man known as DHH. Now, again, I fired up this actual operating system, and it's really nothing special. At the end of the day, it's basically Arch Linux with a pre-configured, environment that basically works off of something known as Hyperland, which is a tiling Windows manager. Now, DHH is an individual that is controversial, to say the least. I didn't really know about this controversy until I actually started looking into him. But he was an individual that people bring up a blog post all the way from September 2025, where he talks about, his opinions, his viewpoints, his political expressions about, how London was lost. There's a lot of people that are non-native, so to speak. And it was this actual, blog post and, several other mentions that a lot of people who don't share his viewpoints were like, I don't know if I want to fuck with a guy known as DHH. Now, again, DHH is somebody that I brought up because Omarchy did something that I think is important in the viewpoint of Linux, right? No matter what you have to say or don't want to say about this guy, this is an individual that is raising money for this. Actually, in the last few days, I saw the eye-watering amount of $10 million brought in with individuals like Drew Houston, owner and co-CEO of Dropbox, Peter Steinberger, creator of OpenClaw, for instance. So two pretty big projects. And ultimately, at the end of the day, this is money that's going towards making Linux on the desktop actually happen. And any money is actually good money in this case, right? Any money that can help Linux flourish is actually important. Now, would I ever use something like Omarchy? Abso-fucking-lutely not. I don't really think this is a great system. I think at the end of the day, it's basically a Arch Linux sort of pre-built, if you will. I don't really appreciate a lot of these systems that ultimately are pretty much mostly vibe coded from what I've been able to see, from what I've been able to gather. But ultimately, look, at the end of the day, it's your fucking choice. If you want to run Omarchy, you can run Omarchy. You know what you can also do? You can run shit like Pico. You can run Among Us if you wanted to. Among Us OS. You could run Hannah Montana Linux. It's really your computer. If you want to install this shit and you think it's cool, if you fuck with the style, dog, it's up to you. You do what you need to. I think Linux has gotten so easy for a lot of people that for me, I actually recommend that if you want to get into Linux, go to fedoraproject.org. Go over here, download their latest release, which is number 44. I went with the KDE Plasma Desktop because it's the best sort of user interface for me. But again, if you want to do what you want, you do what you need to, baby. I don't really care, man. It's your computer, dog. You get to decide what you want to do. That's the beautiful part about Linux, right? Microsoft gets to tell you every day how they get to fuck you in the ass, okay? Here, you decide how you get fucked in the ass, okay? You want to have broken NVIDIA drivers there? Do you want to have broken software here? Do you want to have an experience that is broken here, but at least you made it your way, and then you can fix it in your own way? It's like modding a Bethesda game, okay? At the end of the day, it's a cool experience. It's kind of more a platform. And eventually, you'll get to the promised land that you seek. Anyways, if I download Fedora KDE, and the installation is pretty simple, very similar to how I did the Muda box downstairs, very easy to install. And one of the best parts is, for a lot of these Linux distributions, some of them actually allow you to install them without even really needing the internet in the first place. So you can get from the install boot all the way to actually running the computer far faster than you could ever do with Windows or Mac OS. It's kind of mind-blowing to see how things can be when they're de-bloated this hard. Now, what's really important about how much Linux has grown is over the last, several years, when it came to things like playing video games, it used to be that when I wanted to game underneath Linux, playing a brand new game was something that almost felt like a myth, right? Again, there would be a lot of issues. The way that Linux gaming works is through something known as Wine, which is not an emulator. It's actually a way for you to translate Windows calls over to Linux compliant calls. So you can kind of run Windows software underneath Linux. Now, it doesn't mean that through Wine you can run everything perfectly. There's still a lot of software that people use on a day-to-day basis, things like Photoshop, things like Adobe Premiere, the entire Adobe suite for crying out loud, professional software, software that is only existed on Windows and Mac and probably is used by millions of people around the world but refuses to release cross-platform. That kind of stuff may not run underneath Wine. You really have to try it case by case. But for a lot of games, companies like Valve have kind of spearheaded projects like Proton, which is taking Wine and allowing it and fixing it and modifying it in such a way that playing a game like Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater, a game literally released, I believe like this year? Was it this year? No, it was like last year, I'm pretty sure. This game is one of the most, like, I guess you could say visually appealing games, right? It's like an Unreal Engine 5 game with like modern ray tracing and all that shit. And back like years ago, pre-COVID, I would have been like, yeah, this shit ain't running on the Linux system day one. What am I, fucking high? Now you can actually just run this, hit that green play button, and as it fires up through Proton, provided you have up-to-date hardware, you get a similar, if not in some cases, a better experience than raw Windows. A Windows game is running better underneath my Linux box than my actual Windows system back over there. It's crazy worlds we live in. But what makes this even cooler? Obviously, there have been projects that I've talked about, throughout this entire year, which are things like Winboat, for instance, where, again, I showed you how to run this on your system, where it basically creates a Windows container and runs it seamlessly through RDP underneath Linux, meaning that if you wanted to run things like Microsoft Word, it would run as if it was operating natively on your system. Now, these guys have been hard at work on this project too, and they've been working towards something interesting, which is GPU acceleration, meaning that, down the road, if there are certain games, maybe older games, maybe programs, maybe editing software that you want to fuck around with, you could actually use it underneath something like Windows. Again, it takes time for this shit to develop. But the development is actually really happening. Look, as much as I brought up the DHH example, I think a more important example, something that more is germane to gamers, is something from Epic Games. Now, if you guys haven't been hearing, for the last, month, this is actually a pretty big news. This is actually huge shit.
Big news.
Epic Games is actually thinking of bringing their launcher over to Linux, somewhere I think, maybe next year, or maybe even this year, right? And you might be like, well, what's the big deal about it, right? The big deal about this is that Epic Games is one of those companies where I think for a while they were very, anti-Linux. It wasn't they were just definitely not fucking around with anything Linux related. Valve was the Linux guys, and Epic Games was just ignoring the elephant in the room. And the big thing about this here, for a while, you could play Epic Games underneath your system. I ran something called Heroic Games Launcher, which allowed me to play my entire Epic library on my Linux system. But having something official means a lot more. GOG, a site that I promote, because they give you DRM-free games, is finally looking at making native Linux launchers, which native software is always the intended goal here, right? It's not about, can we have Proton 100 years into the future and just keep it going? Proton is important because the only way Linux gains any popularity is if people can actually play their games and run their software underneath it. If you can't do those things, this whole operating system just remains a hobbyist wet dream. The only reason I talk more and more about Linux on a yearly basis, on a monthly basis, is because it's genuinely getting so much better over the last several years that I can't not promote it, right? Is it perfect? Fuck no. Are there games that I enjoy and I play that don't work underneath Linux? Yeah. There's games like Grand Theft Auto Online. There's games like Rainbow Six Siege. There's games like Marathon. There are games like Battlefield 6. There are games like League of Legends that I can't play because guess what? First off, I'm glad I can't play League of Legends. But I can't play those games because they have really dirty anti-cheat. And the anti-cheat is only compatible with Windows. But this is where things are also changing. Epic Games is hiring people that are senior security engineers whose jobs will include championing Linux anti-cheat capabilities for Epic, reverse engineering cheats, and other malicious software, deep knowledge of Linux and operating systems internal. So the important aspect about this here is that Linux is growing and it's becoming more relevant in gaming and just home users, that companies like Epic are realizing that there is now a non-zero, there is now a amount of player base that they are not willing to necessarily ignore. Whether people are playing on desktop computers like me, whether people are strictly on the Steam Deck or handheld gaming PCs, Linux users are becoming more relevant. And there's a reason why companies like Epic are considering hiring out people that can gauge their anti-cheats here. Look, most of the online games that I play now are shit like World of Warcraft because it runs underneath Linux. I don't necessarily care much about Fortnite, but I would be fucking happy if Fortnite could show up on Linux, because guess what? If Linux is going to ever gain popularity, it has to have the same parity of software, you know? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't play Fortnite, but you know what? Millions of people play Fortnite. The only game that I can't play this year on my computer is Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. Not particularly because it can't run underneath Linux's Proton. It can. It's just that the anti-cheat doesn't let you. Now, do I care much about Modern Warfare 4? Fuck no. But millions of people do, right? And so for those millions of individuals, having that option available means that getting rid of Windows becomes that much more easier, right? If tonight Linux could finally run the entire Adobe Creative Cloud, if Linux could run every post-production software in existence, I would never need to use the Macintosh behind me at all, because whenever I edit my videos, whenever I put together graphics, whenever I do anything of that nature, it's always directly through Macs. If the same software could run underneath Linux, that's one less reason for me to own that laptop behind me. Over the last 3 years, my usage of Windows has completely decimated. The only times that I really have ever touched Windows was when I was emulating PS5 stuff. And at the time that I started emulating those PS5 games, guess what? Those emulators are now fully functioning underneath Linux anyways. It is an insane level of support this operating system has gotten. And I guess, really, at the end of the day, is it finally the year of the Linux desktop? I say probably not. And the reason I say it is that the only way for this to fully reach the conclusion is that Linux doesn't become something that can run 95% of what you see on Windows, because it's already there, right? But the 5% that remains are genuinely the software that are used by millions of people around the world. And the only way to finish that is finally when Linux becomes so much more adopted that companies like Epic, which they've already shown they can't ignore any longer, when companies like even Microsoft, that I've been playing their newest Gears of War E-Day entirely underneath Linux, even Microsoft has to at least acknowledge that Linux is an important force and not boot people out. Are there still shitty developers that don't allow Linux into online servers? Sure. And you know what I do with those, developers? I just don't buy their games. Like, I'm on this arc of mine where I just play mostly single-player stuff and MMOs these days, and occasionally when there are shooters that I'm interested in, yeah, I'll just play them on PC underneath a Linux Proton layer. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, it's not the end of the world. But I found that most of the games that are coming out now, there is a lot of support given to Linux gamers, and it's actually pretty heartwarming to see. Will it finally come full circle? I think maybe in the next couple years. Honestly, by the time GTA 6 ends up dropping on PC, I really think there's some serious advancements to be made. But let me know what you think. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I'm out.
Amazing.
Use this promo code to claim the legendary Alice for free.
I'm comparing. Whatever. Chips. What else? Putting in big work right here. Goes. That's true. Good. What's up? You're not an evil bot, right? An evil motherfucker. Lamb. Fuck you. What up, son? Oh, the big bulk of it, son. That's so expensive. The prices. Cricket music. Roasted. Yo, it's in 07. Madden. It was bad hated them. How they banned all the evil faggots? That could be real, son. I gotta build on my computer. Let's see what's on sale. This one seems like a good move, son. Green bean. Oh, another blunt. evil faggots have disappeared from everything. They're just evil. Smoke to my halo as usual because they're bad at the game. But, people are just garbage. They just use garbage weapons being garbage. And I still beat them every time. I don't know why I could hear that. So what was I saying? Should I ban you? Let's see. It's all good, dude. I'm chilling. I'm fucking tweaking. Yeah. I don't answer those kind of questions. Everybody has them. Trying to figure it out. Hey, as long as you're not an evil motherfucker, you always join when these evil motherfuckers do, so I don't know, maybe you're good, I don't know. They're all evil. And then, dude, every single person bothers me on streaming. It's not even you. But for the most part, if you're joining when these other people are, you're probably suspicious. Maybe not. Maybe that's the notification timing. But I don't know, dude. It's all about suspicion, dude. I still like streaming no more. See, now you're just being a piece of shit. All the fucking cocksuckers. Oh, man. Band of evil people too, dude. They're like worst people, dude, on the planet. Man, them especially, dude. Untrusted. Untrusted. Yeah, dude, there's no cities. This is a summer for another day. Man, I'll do fucking ban them all. Man. Oh shit. Ay, ay, ay. My toe.
Power off.
Should have been here now. I'm chilling. It's the thing, Two sticks. Yo, John, what up? The golden rule. I think my speaker down. Alright. Alright, so
Overthink less. Chew good. Orbit gum.
Power on. Bluetooth.
Had to make sure to ban all the evil faggots. Get them all out of here. I hate this town. Reliable. I don't know what we're listening to right now. This is just one of those songs that I'm envious. There used to be a lot more AMVs, dude. I don't know what happened to them all. There's like hundreds.
Band-Aid brand Pro Heal. Wear for 5 days for less scarring.
I am stuck on Band-Aid brand because Band-Aid stuck on me.
Band-Aid brand Pro Heal.
Some things just stand out. Like pink in a sea of flannel.
I'm trying to just clean the back what I did. Some of these songs are really bad. AMVs do. This one might be okay.
911, what's your emergency? Hi, I'm rushing to meet my friends for brunch, and I don't have access to an iron, and my satin skirt looks like a raisin. What do I do? Do you have access to Downy Wrinkle Release? Wait, yeah, I think I do. Hold on. I got it. What do I do now? All you have to do is spray generously, tug, and smooth. That was so fast and easy. My skirt looks amazing. Thank you. Crisis averted. Have fun at brunch.
From the military to space research, from quantum computers to the data centers powering AI, to its critical use in medical treatments, helium is the invisible force essential to maintain and enhance America's competitive edge. It's one of the most important elements or gases on Earth, 300 times more valuable than natural gas on a price-volume basis. And demand is only accelerating.
At Rev Exploration Corp, we're a cutting-edge explorer.
Yeah, they don't want us
with
flying in
an
balloons
exceptional
anymore.
track record in exploring for industrial
When
and
our
clean
whole
gases. We are meeting the high demand for helium and other industrial clean gases in the heartland of America.
This is REV, a team built by global leaders in subsurface discovery. Mission-driven, technology-aligned, geology-backed. The same geological forces that made Alberta and Saskatchewan the energy powerhouses of Canada continue beneath America's northern Great Plains. Straddling the Alberta-Montana border is one of the premier helium natural hydrogen prospects in the prolific Sweetgrass Corridor. REV Explorations, Aden Dome. An asset REV is targeting for commercial production.
Nobody likes
It's the northern tip of a rapidly expanding.
Piece of shit, bud. I hope everything got going. You heard me say it, dude. You need to die, dude. Whoever you are. There's just nothing good coming from that. We'll play a song and I never even know. Everyone's banned from life. This is the most miserable, fucked up shit ever, bro. This shit. This whole channel. And it never was. Some pieces of shit want to keep it a piece of shit. They can be a fucking piece of shit and die. Fake ass group out. Fake everything, dude. You're all fake. You're all fake. Completely fake. Nothing worse than being fucking fake. Fake and good. Too many fake and gay people acting. I'm gonna at least give the trannies credit here. At least they wear dresses so people stay the fuck away from them. They need to have a thing on top of gay people that says, fucking fag. I'm sick of all this caring about everything. Gay people gotta fix their shit and stop being fucking fags. I only win. I just can't stand this shit, bro. I have too many problems, bro.
You know you could be vaping formaldehyde.
I didn't play Nickelback.
We're colorblind.
There's something else you seen on Nickelback. That song just randomly ends. Bling bling. Stands right there. I'm ready to start AMVs, bro.
As parents, we ask tough questions. What's in your mouth? What's going on here?
Sounds like 80s music. It might be bad, man. 80s.
Allow me to introduce the leader of our delegation. She is the closest aide to the Sorcerer King Ainz Ooal, Lady Albedo.
What the fuck that ad was that? Crunchyroll? Yeah, what the fuck? FaZe Banks flexes on every streamer. I'm sad.
What's poppin', y'all? The streamer list by Complex came out, and we already reviewed it in a separate video. But FaZe Banks, who's been in this industry for a very long time, he gave his own take on it, and man, I took it as a bit of hate. He didn't make it though.
Back to the shit about this list. Again, you guys should be worried about who's making the most money. And I guess technically I'm a streamer now, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I'm richer than half these kids. I'm making more money streaming this stream than most of these kids. Why? Because I'm building real valuable content IP, and that's what it is. These kids are so hung up on viewer count and ad revenue. Like, a lot of them don't bother to sit and like think about, you know, product IP, content IP, things like that. And obviously that's what I try to build with these FaZe guys. You know, they went their own way and they decided to worry about like streaming 8 hours a day instead of doing something like that. But I'm doing it now, and I'm telling you guys this right now. Give it 18 months, and I will, because again, technically I am a streamer now. We are streaming. I'm going to be in the top 3 richest streamers, most earned streamers overall. Might even be number 1. Might even flip Kai and Speed. We'll see. But yeah, that's what you guys should give a fuck about. That's what you guys should care about. That's what matters.
So judging by his reaction, he's more focused on the highest earnings, but that would be the Forbes list, right? That's what we should be focused on. And he's coming out here and saying something wild, which is that he believes that he's in the top 3 richest streamers overall, or going to be. And am I surprised by that? Some people are just coming at him number 1. So let's first take a look at his show. So his show is modeled after TBPN, which is like the business, something, news, technology updates that got bought for, I don't know, what was it, $1 billion, hundreds of millions of dollars? It was a video podcast where they just talk about money and stuff. And that's partially what FaZe Banks is into right now. Like, it's called Market Bubble. He's sponsored by Polymarket. It's a finance-based show. His co-host is like the biggest figure, or at least was the biggest figure last cycle in cryptocurrency, which is just a bunch of money-making related content. So the fact that he makes more money, if he does, I think it's legitimate. He could make more money in the future. Now his show isn't that big. I believe he gets 1,000 or so viewers, but I believe it's bigger on X, because crypto Twitter is huge. So the biggest community for that is on X, not necessarily YouTube, and definitely not Twitch. But he does stream on Twitch. So with that type of an audience, do I think he could potentially be earning more than a lot of streamers? Yeah, but we don't care about all that. Do I think he's earning a lot more than them right now? No, I don't. And why should we care about that? That's the thing. Because when he's saying, oh, you should be more focused on who's making the most money, who is he talking to? The streamers or us? The people that are just sitting back, kicking back, enjoying the content? Because if he's talking to the streamers, I'm in full agreement. Yeah, they should be focused on sustainability, product IP. Like, the reason Banks is still here is not because everyone is interested in what Banks is doing and following his content. It's because he is associated with FaZe, and FaZe as a brand has lasted well over, 15 years now? Like, Optic as a brand is still huge. And that's the IP he's talking about, the intellectual property. And he's able to reinvent himself, of course. That's a different part of it. But he's able to attach to new things because of the brand, which is FaZe, which is not him. When you think of FaZe, it's a brand on its own. And it has a story and a bunch of different content, things that people attach to it. Whereas if FaZe Banks was just another YouTuber and he was trying to collaborate with people in the way that even he did with those streamers that he put together, he wouldn't have been able to do it because he would have been considered fallen off at that point because he himself wasn't as relevant. So with the streamers, yeah, they need to make sure that they're making as much money as possible because the lifespan isn't that long. And I do think the lifespan for a streamer is longer than a YouTuber, a successful streamer, because there's more of an attachment there, right? People have spent more hours. Let's just say somebody watched a streamer for an hour a day.
About all those
over
hours,
a year
dude.
or 2 years, that's like 700 plus hours versus a YouTuber, especially back in the day when YouTubers would upload maybe once a week. Well, let's just say Casey Neistat, right? He uploads a 10-minute vlog. That's 10 minutes for every single day, 365 days. That's a lot less time. That's 1/6 of the time. that they would be spending with the streamer. So the attachment is a lot different than a successful streamer, of course, I'm talking about here. So they do have sustainability, but it's not as sustainable in someone's mental. Like only gaming streamers who love to game can sustain a long career because, I'm just chilling here playing a game.
What
you
are you talking about?
Be making content to stay at the top of the game, then it gets exhausting for a lot of people and they just get burnt out. But when he's talking about us, the viewer...
Repeated vaping as a teen can damage more than your lungs. It can harm your brain, too.
Let me remind you of a few other benefits. First,
I
anything
gotta
you buy
own
from
the color
Tesla.
games.
No, we do not care, and we should not care about who makes the most money, unless you're fanboying out and want to get into arguments, which is
I know who
cool.
you
I'm not
are.
really interested in that.
As long as you're not some
Because
evil tranny
where
or
we gonna
fucked
start
up
talking
guy,
about,
then
we
you're
gotta
good,
tap in
dude.
with Dave Ramsey. Like Dave Ramsey probably makes a boatload, probably makes more than the majority of streamers, even the top 10 streamers. Are we ranking him on some sort of list? No, we don't care. Graham Stephan, right? Graham Stephan's got a good podcast, though. It is a mixture of entertainment and like finance. I don't really think it's much finance. It's more entertainment, which I think is great. But that's entertaining. But we're not talking about Graham Stephan, his regular channel. What's another podcast that I can think of?
This
Off the
guy
top?
loves
Any
Graham
finance-related
Stephan.
thing, like Patrick Bet-David or Tim Pool, right? We're not ranking Tim Pool. That's more politics. But that guy probably makes a boatload. We're not ranking him. We're talking about entertainment value. We don't care about how much money these people are making. And FaZe Banks has deliberately taken upon himself to create a product, which, of course, if your live stream is centered around making more money, you are going to make the most money. Because money is a scarce resource. Everybody wants a lot of it. So they're a lot more valuable to sell to. Right? Like,
I don't want a lot of
interest,
money.
the businesses that generate the most was like insurance. Nobody wants to hear about no damn insurance. People would rather hear about cars. Like some cool car company. Meanwhile, they're
Some
probably
cool
the
car
highest paid
company.
industries
What the
in
fuck
terms of
is this guy
overall
on?
market cap. So
Yeah,
with
this
Facebook,
guy.
we're trying to see who creates the best content.
No, I'm sorry.
And
This guy,
frankly,
every time
unfortunately,
he says some
is the
fucking
case. Sometimes
retarded
people
shit,
overinvest in their content and they can't sustain it. But people will say like, yo, that person's doing the best to entertain me. Even entertainment industry, right? Like Hollywood doesn't pay as much as these other boring industries that nobody cares about. So why should we be concerned with how much they're getting paid? And this is the thing too. FaZe Banks is smart in that he's talking about things like not just attention markets, which is somewhat related to crypto, but he's tapping into these streamer lists and these things in pop culture, pop internet culture, if you want to call it that, which is damn near pop culture now. It's transitioned into that because he knows that's what's going to keep his visibility up and grow his visibility. Otherwise, the market bubble thing is just going to stay in its bubble. It would only be in the very niche community of crypto and people that want to make money in relation to that. That would only be it. But he creates these stories like that story he created about some trader named Kimchi, totally makes up a story to go viral.
I met up with Kimchi a few days ago. He also lives in LA, and I hit him on DMs. I'm like, yo, let's grab lunch, whatever. He's like, yeah, bet. Well, what time, what place? Hit him with the time and place. Didn't respond to me. And I'm just like, well, okay, I'm hungry. I knew someone's going to go. Maybe he'll show up. This fool shows up 30 minutes late, pulls up in a fucking Maybach with a driver, fully tinted windows. Like, I didn't even see the driver. It could have been a... You would have thought it was a Waymo. I don't even think there was a driver in the front seat, but he got out of the back seat alone, walked up, sat down, ate lunch with me, didn't eat, by the way.
Well, I
I was the only one
appreciate
eating.
it.
I ate a fucking 4-course meal. He sat there and drank tap water.
I actually do. I just be going through this fucking shit, dude. Like, I don't even know what world I'm in anymore.
Bro hit a $40 million lick drinking tap water. Whatever. We had a bottle of Still 2 on the table, just wouldn't touch it. I get up to take a piss, as you guys know. I get up to take a piss, walk into the bathroom. I'm gone for 2 minutes. I come back. He's gone, nowhere to be found. The Maybach's gone, and the bill's paid for. Haven't heard from him since. Kid's a sicko.
So, a brief background, this Kimchi guy is like a legend in crypto Twitter because he hit for some massive trade and ended up making like 40 million. That's the short end of it, and he's really young. I don't know if he's like 18 or 19. Well, FaZe Banks made up this whole story. I don't know about how much that guy ended up earning, this guy allegedly turned $500 and traded it up into 40 million, which is also why this content is so appealing to people that really want to make money desperately, because you see numbers like that and you're like, damn, I probably got like a couple $100 if I could just turn it into $1 million, I'd be straight. But he made up the whole story.
I want to give this kimchi clip farming thing a shot. So I told you guys, listen, just bear with me for a second.
Oh, that was the video fact.
Sicko. Yeah, that was totally fabricated. That's not real. That's just me.
I invited him out to lunch. I thought we were just going to link up. What does he do? Shows up 7 hours late. Pulls up in a Maybach.
The kimchi comes out.
The bug's back.
Tough headaches got you down? New Excedrin Rapid Relief starts to work in 15 minutes, getting you back on your feet right when you need it.
Get off my mileage. And these bugs are getting stupid.
Hey, when you gonna stop playing?
Big chicken energy.
Yes, go outside,
Crispy, juicy, mega chunks of white meat chicken, triple coated and seasoned to perfection. Now this is mega. Why dine out when the good stuff is in the freezer? Restaurant quality at a fraction of the price.
Tell me how you want 3, 2, 1, and I'm
Banquet Mega. Eat mega, spend less.
So I met up with Kimchi a few days ago.
We had lunch with this dude named Kimchi. Bro, for the last time I saw this one,
Go hit a $40 million like drinking tap water. Whatever. We had a bottle of Still 2 on the table.
Yeah,
just wouldn't touch it.
welcome to my bookmarks.
I get up to take a piss, as you guys know. I get up to take a piss. Walk into the bathroom. I'm gone for 2 minutes. I come back. He's gone. Nowhere to be found. The Maybach's gone, and the bill is paid for.
I appreciate the real.
So he admits that whole story was made up in order to go viral, but that has
My
nothing
whole
to do
phone's
with
frozen.
making money. That's just some story that he related to, and he knew it had all of the touch points, which goes to show that this guy knows how to go viral, and I think he's in the right place.
His
And I do
phone's on
think
its
he will
way
blow up
out.
the show. I mean, this guy, he's got the Midas touch. Now, everything turns into gold, but a lot of it does end up breaking afterwards. Like, for example, Core ended up falling apart. So this will turn into gold, most likely, because he knows how to bring together like pop culture on the internet, pop internet culture, and make them aware of what he's doing. But we don't need to care about that. And as of right now, or for the foreseeable future, by the nature of the show that he's curating right now, it will never be one of the biggest. Do I think he'll probably be one of the highest earners? Sure, but we don't care about that. We are trying to be entertained. Like, he's trying, and the people that are educating, in this case, especially money-related things, well, he's more doing coverage than education. They are trying to bridge a little bit of entertainment to keep people engaged enough to watch them. So that's the opposite game that they're trying to play. Like, FaZe Banks is trying to get as much attention as possible. People on the other side that are making really engaging, creative content that's viral like Speed, a lot of them are trying to figure out how to get as much money as possible, because that type of content costs a lot of money for the most part. And especially at the highest parts of the game, it definitely costs the most money, because these guys just got cameramen, huge staff, flights, homes, all of this stuff, cars, that costs a lot, and they need to figure out how to make money to fund it. Like a streamer university, for instance, right? Like, that costs a lot. So these are the two opposite sides of the content game, and they're each trying to balance out the other to make a sustainable and profitable show that they're running. So yeah, we're really not concerned with how much money somebody's making. As long as they're able to consistently do what they're doing and entertain at the same level, people aren't tripping about it. That's why the quote-unquote, man, this person's donating to a millionaire meme is real.
I'll have to stay at no level, bro. I just stream.
Like, yeah, man, I really enjoyed this stream.
If I stream, I stream,
a couple of bucks. They're not thinking, how much money does that guy have? Does he have a lot of money? Because I want to make sure that if he has a lot of money, then I shouldn't give it to him. They're not thinking like that. They're just like, man, I like this. Here you go. But let me know what y'all think in the comments. Do you think Banks will be in the top 3? I think that's a bold claim to make. But if he does, like, congrats to him. That's also the thing with Banks is, I guess, the respect that we have for Banks, which you should have a level of respect for him. I don't think Banks being worth 100 million or even $1 billion makes me look at him with any higher of a regard than I already did. We just look at him like, okay, this guy's probably set for life and he's not struggling. And he accomplished a lot of cool things in terms of content that we enjoyed when we were younger, for the most part. And that's good. That's the respect that we have for him. It has nothing to do with, oh man, you know, instead of 10 M's, he's actually got 100. I feel like that's more of a conversation that you have at the high school lunch table. Like, yo, this guy got more money than you. Or, I guess if you're quoting DDG. But on that note, I'm going to see you on the next one.
That was a great video, dude. Honestly, dude. Comeback. This guy's comeback. Rockstar.
Right there.
Right above the f***ing mouth.
Oh, you don't believe that?
Could you say no to this? Neither will your kids.
The spot everyone left. But this ain't your first rodeo.
This song sounds fucking weird, man. It's a weird video. Older song, I think.
Shine. Shopping online. Get it today.
Check out in no time. Save time with saved payments in Chrome. $250 instantly. No credit check.
Paradise. Never played that game. I really feel like I'm in like Fallujah. I don't know why this replayed. I really be bugging out. I'm really tripping sometimes. I'm really tripping sometimes. What up, son? I'm playing this song. really not much up, bro. I'm always up, but you know what I'm saying. Sometimes I'm on break from everything. You know what I'm saying? That song's lit. I like that song. I'm sitting with the bugs. There's no bugs. So I'm good. The bugs. If the bugs went away, summer's over. I gotta just, I don't know, dude. I'm really right here. I know this much better. know people. No, they really do. They're so fucking retarded.
What's going on?
It's pulse is dropping.
You think I haven't noticed? What's up?
How you talking hella tough? You a rat, little nigga. Pull up, shut your block down with this Mac, little nigga. All back. Shit, I'm really in the field. I'm a savage, all fat. Yeah, nigga really been getting active, all fat. And that nigga really live when I'm rapping, all fat. Niggas know this thing team get cracked, all facts. I'm rapping, trapping, serving the cat. Whole bitch in the back. I get bags up out of rats. Bro, press up the trap, checking trap. My bitches pass, Chucky Monkey.
Like I said, I'm never gonna go into
Go savage on niggas. Fuck niggas, I'm not a pacifist. I go dumb, I'm geeking, I'm off the addy, bitch. Hit a lick, better hit the field for your chicken strip. Citizens, I get paid, the pop citizens. Itching, bombs itching. I'm about to bop it, yeah, we robbed your homie. Don't give a fuck about the politics. Poppin' shit, pull up with a chopper, better watch the kids. Bullets flying everywhere, nigga. I'm trying to drop shit. Chopsticks, they eat a nigga up if he the opposition. Blocks extended, all facts, that's how we living. Pretty little bitch, that's paying to keep my injury. Breaking on the broke bitch for my chick. I'll pull up on a bitch, blowing backs, little nigga. Only pull up on a bitch for the sack, little nigga. How you talking hella tough? You a rat, little nigga. Pull up, shut your block down with this Mac, little nigga. All back.
Hot one out there.
Yes.
Gotta stay hydrated. My moves depend on.
I should have been, son.
Down to the river, wash my sins away. Come heal me with your touch. I feel your holy love when you call my name. You make me born again. You light, I'm gonna feel better every time I die. You make me born again. In your light, I'm gonna feel better every time I die. You make me born again. You make me born again. Take me down to the crossroads. Show my soul the way. Come heal me with your touch. Can't ever get enough when you call my name. You make me born again. In your light, I feel better every time I die. You make me born again. In your light, every time I die. You make me born again. You make me born again.
Soft.
Born again in your light. Blind, but I feel better every time I die. You make me born again in your light. Blind, but I feel better every time I die. You make me born again. You make me born again. You make me
Big time. Yes. Yes. Challenger Edition. Sick. Oh, this PC's gonna be sick. So Oh, jeez, goodbye. So. Budgeting here. I'm reading. just researching. That's so funny. Well. No, dude. I banned all the evil faggots. Yeah, what fucking retarded. doesn't come out to even cheap. Yeah. Reading your reviews. band of evil faggots. Well, John. Rock and roll, I'm the rocker, rock and roll. Huh? Yeah, son. Son. Losers always lose. I ban all the evil props. Good on fuel. Stand on the fucking Probably lagging.
Easy to save, easy to grow, easy to get.
I feel like I'm literally starving.
Hey, when the 25 bands comes through, we'll call back. Give me one hug, Jim. No, I wouldn't hug you if you weren't good. Yeah, nah, school's over about it. Can you push that? Sorry, you don't like to be touched. I'm just with you and touching me. No. Here, Matt, people this for a second. Just.
We went back and forth on text and whatnot. Mr. Beast was saying, this group not wanting to come, or this streamer needs to come because they need clout and all this.
Aiden Ross was right about Mr. Beast all along, and that's particularly interesting because
he was one of Team Water's biggest supporters, who now turned against him and the team. So today we're taking a look at what Jimmy actually constructed in Africa. Aiden reacting to the update from XQC, saying that Aiden was spitting facts.
So I was kind of like, I feel like a scammer. A little bit.
To understand why Aiden is so upset, we need to take a look at August 1st, 2025. That's when Mr. Beast launched Team Water, with the goal of raising $40 million to build clean water infrastructure across Africa. And right from the start, the numbers he was promoting sounded almost too good to be true. Jimmy claimed that a single dollar would give one person clean water for an entire year.
For every dollar they donate, someone on average will get 1 year of clean water.
The number obviously sounds incredible in a fundraising video, but falls apart the second you... build clean water infrastructure across Africa. And right from the start, the numbers he was promoting sounded almost too good to be true. Jimmy claimed that a single dollar would give one person clean water for an entire year.
For every dollar they donate, someone on average will get 1 year of clean water.
The number obviously sounds incredible in a fundraising video, but falls apart the second you look at what drilling a well in a rural region actually costs. And this claim is the exact thing people are now holding him to. Because if $1 equals 1 year of water, then $40 million should equal 40 million years of it. In the first 2 weeks, Team Water pulled in around $14 million. A massive number, but it was nowhere near the goal. So to close the gap, Mr. Beast put together a charity marathon, streaming around the clock with XQC and Aiden Ross, doing stunts non-stop until they hit another $5 million.
Guys, remember, every dollar donated is 1 year of clean water. Hey, Aiden, get on that table! Let's get it going! Yeah. Okay.
So how's this gonna work?
They're gonna relax. Oh! Whoa! Wait. I said ow and I wasn't even there.
X, I need to grab your hand or Beast. One of you, please.
Yeah.
Please, that hurts so bad. Come
Are
here.
you good?
No.
This is the theme of the stream. You donate, we suffer.
I win, bro. This is the end of this shit.